Hello and welcome to Zondell, Lands of Discordance, a Dungeons & Dragons 5e campaign. We have several of our players here again tonight, possibly one who may be joining later, and one who didn't respond, but most are here already, which is pretty good, especially after a few weeks of not being able to. We left off last with the party in the Frostheart, and they were still making their way toward Castle Ebonpeak in order to find out what had happened there and what could possibly be of use in trying to solve the problems of Alchemist Strahd in Count, now Duke, Strahd's body, as well as the assortment of dangerous entities that were, at the time, laying siege to Castle Ebonpeak, the Heart of Darkness, and Lady Solarnum, and that which the stars rejected. They have recently learned that after Shadehaven was firebombed with multiple meteor swarms in the Barrows, the cult that was helping the Untergasts did spread to multiple other planes, including the Frostheart, as they had encountered the corpse and banshee spirit of one of their members, who had come to try and find suitable hosts to create new, more powerful Untergasts. They fought the banshee, a undead frost giant with twisted biology affected by a elder obelix and other things that had been festering in it, and fought them and defeated them, and continued on for a distance before setting up camp once more and resting. As the party talks to each other, and Syl gets flashes of memory from the pieces that they had taken. They saw that Lady Solanum's servant, Lord Keeper Leilani, had escaped from the Elder Obelix, though it had taken some of her memories before it had escaped whatever barrier was around Castle Ebonpeak at the time. From the best that seemed understandable from the journal that Banshee had left, it seems that Castle Ebonpeak and part of the region around it may be having some sort of temporal manipulation happening of some sort. Whether it is slowing it or looping it is unknown at present. But remembering that had occurred previously when dealing with Many, the scriptori, who was once one of Strahd's former brides, the possibility was mentioned that perhaps Leo or Archmage Lewis had been responsible and trying to stop the three forces. And yet, creatures are coming out of Castle Ebonpeak and spreading out throughout the Frostheart. On this discussion and settling down to rest, there are multiple characters who are fast asleep, and a few ended up staying awake. Eon is able to hear as Yolanda is talking in Celestial to someone or something. And the last thing that is said before the session ended was, I don't know whether he's going to try and create a new form for himself there, or in the Barrows, but it feels like all of this is leading towards something monumental and dangerous. I agree we can't let him undo everything or cause another one. And that is where we had left off last. It is still the night, as people are able to finish up resting or react to what Eon has heard and translated. I'm seeing muted mics and some that are unmuted, but not hearing anything.
Seems like there's Jonathan. I refuse to be the first one to make a move in any situation because I end up either making the situation worse for myself or worse for everyone else. So
I did not catch half of that.
Okay.
Because I think my mic went out.
Okay. It was the bit that Yolanda had said in Celestial and Eon had translated. And
what did about that? Or did she tell Eon what it meant?
Eon had translated it since they could speak it.
Oh, okay.
I am pasting it into main chat for everybody to see in case they didn't catch it or if they wanted to reread it, etc.
Okay, yeah, I remember now. We were saying that Sil was suggesting that him could be all these other people, including Strahd and what's his name? Their name, the elf, half-elf person. Kroz's half-elf person.
Jesse.
That person, yes. Yeah, that one.
One moment. Let me check the phone.
Alright.
do I need to make a move as the boulder? I don't need to make no move.
Sneak attack!
Well, actually, I have boots of elven kind. I could do that.
Some rando.
No. Part of your training, Sila's gonna randomly sneak attack you. But you don't know that until now. So that's a 2017. I'm just kidding.
Okay. So, is there anything anybody would like to say or do before finishing up long rest?
I just want to see on the Richter scale how much Sil dislikes me. Like, are we at like a 4? Are we at a 5? Are we working on this? Like, what's up?
Are you asking her or trying to gauge it from her reactions when looking in your direction?
Flash when I say something really stupid. So I'm going to walk up to her. Smack her on the back. Like, you know, give her like one of those like good back smacks. Like, yo, how's it hanging? And just kind of smile.
About 8 inches past the waist.
I forgot you have one of those too. That was in game too. I forgot.
Surprises me every
I
morning.
mean,
when
hey. Sometimes you gotta rotate it to the left. You know? You feel me? Up top. I hold my hand up. You gonna?
Yeah, she'll give you a high five.
All right. I'm thinking we're at a 3. I remember before she would look at me and tell me to die. So we're making moves. I'm good. That's all I wanted to know. Oh.
So, about what my friend said about, this whole trying to create a new form for himself. Think we should be concerned? Or no? Bring it up to her? Nobody else awake? Okay. Then I guess we just finish our long rest and, being very wary of Yolinda.
Alright. As you all rest up, you may reduce any exhaustion that you may still have.
Good, because exhaustion sucks.
I concur.
Alright. As you are all waking up, if you are still intending to go to Castle Ebonpeak, I will need someone to make a survival check.
Who needs to roll it? All of us or one?
At least one.
Hey, y'all don't want me to roll that. Y'all don't want me to roll that.
Alright.
I got a +9. Anybody else got better?
+4.
That is a 26.
Okay.
Nice.
Off torque.
Alright. There is a cold breeze that blows across the snowfields and the rolling hills, covered boulders and little crests of valleys that you pass by. But there is no storm, no additional blanket of snow falling and attempting to suffocate you by nature's grasp. The day passes without any sign of disruption from the weather or creatures in the way along your walk. Is there anything you would like to say or do during this day?
Uh, what's benevolence? Benevolence. What's your passive perception?
Tark's passive. Are we relying on sight?
No, this is just
Or are you
for.
doing? Are you doing something to him?
Benevolence. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, I was muted. I thought I was talking. You can hear me. What are you? Whatever. Jonathan?
I want to know what your passive perception is.
It'd be your perception plus 10 if you
15.
don't know.
Sorry. I was muted.
Okay.
It's 15. It's 15, sorry.
Alright, 15. That's good. Can we... We're headed towards Castle Ebonpeak, right?
Correct.
How far away are we? Approximately.
A moment, I was actually calculating that. There is 46 miles left. You traveled 54 so far.
Gee, so we still have 2 more days?
At least. You in character doing it in a montage, or out of character, it's a montage of what you would be saying?
Both.
Okay. Do a performance check.
She has pictures and everything. That's a 24.
Okay. You managed to sufficiently summarize up what happened in the Shimmer with Strahd and otherwise, and pretty much get the majority of the tale down without missing any important pieces. Though, of course, summarizing does remove certain things through your montage that are, oh yeah, and then we climbed for this, and this far up the rock I saw this kind of a rock, and this far up I saw this kind of a rock. You know, you skip over that sort of detail.
Alright. Yeah, and then she's gonna end. And then you came flying out of the sky, and then you came with us through this hole, this portal, and we've, camped for 2 days, and now we're on the way over there to see where the Strahd is.
Alright. Anne seems satisfied with your answers and performance, and files that away for later. Anything anyone else is doing before or during their long rest?
Nope.
I guess Umbra can be working on stuff like cleaning the skull and making some more taxidermy stuff.
Alright. She have a kit for that?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would say go ahead and use your proficiency and survival skill on that.
Hey, not 20. So that would be. Where's her? 20. 32.
Okay. It is able to be properly cleaned of any viscera or any remains that might stain the bone, depending on how long it soaks in. Granted, the cold does solidify things more than if it had not been, but it's shiny as a polished bowling ball. So, as you are about to settle in for your long rest, I'd like someone to make a perception check.
Is it visual?
Yes.
Well, I'll roll for it, but passive 34.
Okay. So, you're able to easily find a place that is nestled between the foothills of the mountains and see that there is sheer cliffs with compacted snow down on the bottom, good few miles ahead, and there are small little houses dotting here and there. But from the distance you can still make out that they seem to be abandoned. Some are buried partially by snow, and some are crushed by rocks that have fallen. Some have burned, and it appears to be no sign of any recent fire, just some settlement that set up in a poor location. There is, however, nearby it a lake that is not completely but mostly frozen over. Given the nature of the Frostheart, it must be some form of saltwater lake or hot spring underneath it to keep it from freezing over fully, but there does appear to be dotted here and there near the edge of the lake just these pieces of snow and ice in curved triangular nature poking up from the ground near the border. And dotted here and there in the landscape further out from the lake are what seems to be pale blue lights and trees where you see movement, something, but buried with how deeply that these trees have their foliage spread, it is difficult to make out what precisely is in them. It appears that to continue to Castle Ebonpeak, you may have to choose one of 4 paths or make a much longer journey in order to safely make your way across. Ascending the cliffs might perhaps be dangerous, depending on what caused avalanches in the past. Going across the lake, you do not know how thick that the ice is in each spot, but there are signs of the ice having frozen over old, ancient footprints, bootprints that long ago been used to go across parts of the ice before it cracked and split in different places. These pale blue lights that you see do have a path that appears to have been used with carriages, but the snow is rounded from recent storm. Unlike the ice, it's not too sheer for the snow to grip hold in significant amount, making it difficult to tell if anybody had walked on foot through that area. In the forest, well, there are feet that have walked path toward it and out from it, but it is too dense to see from here how deeply into the woods that they may have traveled, whether they went out to the other side or not. Due to the rolling of the hills of snow and the boulders and such that are scattered across the landscape, you cannot see where any of the 4 paths would continue past this divergence of paths from where you have set up. These woods do not appear to be the Wandering Woods, as Meryl's asking. They are not in a valley like the Wandering Woods were. These are just spread out across the snow plains. You have those 4 paths to decide upon, or, as I said, you could choose to try and take a wide berth around all of them, but it will mean additional days of travel.
Or we can all split up.
That is an option as well.
Or we can make our own path. Between path 1 and 2. What does everyone else think?
Does anyone look safer than the other?
At present, you can't see anything that is necessarily a danger, aside from climbing the mountain for how sheer it is, and the lake for the fact that it doesn't look completely frozen over. You definitely do know that blue lights can happen from things that are like methane that is leaking out and fires that can burn on for decades. But you don't know if it's that or if it's something else. And the forests definitely do have some creatures in them that are stirring the leaves. It is not a dead forest that you can clearly see what's in there. So each does have potential dangers. The mountain, at the very least, does look like a tough climb.
I stand in front of the paths and see if my sword is pulling in one direction or another.
Okay. As you stand where everybody is starting to set up, are you going to just stand in one place or move back and forth?
Try and triangulate. I'm going to move back and forth.
Okay. As you move back and forth, it still points in the same direction, creating a curve from your route rather than pointing to the start of a particular path. It appears it is just pointing toward Castle Ebonpeak. It is not presently pointing at one of the paths themselves.
Okay.
Oh, so which way we going? Compass? Wrong?
No.
Okay.
Mountains? I say let's go through the mountains. Nothing bad can happen there.
Sound good to me.
All right. Is anybody wanting to interrupt Darwin and Aeon, as Aeon has said that they are able to test the ice?
Go for it, bro. Yeah, I'm sure Eon could test how thick it is. He seems considerably heavy enough.
I'm definitely not gonna step out there.
It still's gonna be like, I think that's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say.
I'm mildly learning. Mildly. Besides, I don't like ice. I can't ice skate, so there's no point for me to be on ice.
Okay. If Eon is going to head toward that path, then I'm going to ask how you are approaching it. Are you trying to just walk confidently across the ice, or slowly testing it? You don't necessarily have to even do this right now, since the party is more or less to a point where they can take a full long rest.
Alright, so while he's gone, Syl's gonna go up the mountain path.
Okay. So you're wanting to go up it now instead of take the long rest?
Oh! Take the long rest first.
Okay.
Gotta get our beauty sleep.
Shouldn't I be going with my master?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm stuck going. Yay. Why'd I have to get the adventurous one? Why couldn't I get the one that wanted to take naps?
You don't learn anything from naps.
Yeah, you do. How good one pillow is versus another.
Unless you're an elf, but you're not an elf. And I'm
I
no
could
longer
be.
an elf.
I could be, and I find the nearest plant-like object around me. Like, look, I love trees.
I mean,
It's
there's the
mildly
forest if you want to
offensive.
walk to it.
Mildly offensive. But you're not
You're
wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. I'm learning. I was like a child when you met me, and now I'm like a grown man.
A
I'm
bigger
proud of
child.
Hey. I take offense to that. I know I'm big.
Well, you do more damage than a regular child would, so.
Not a dragon child.
I've never thrown a dragon child.
We'll find one, and we'll grow it. We'll name him Tom. I like Tom.
No. If you name it, you have to keep it.
It'll be great. We'll feed it everyone's dead bodies.
Elves. And only half of the half elves.
Micah, there's no elves in this group, right? Besides Cell, obviously.
Ninja Man! Elwin is an elf.
Well, besides him. I meant besides that one. Because
Mhm.
even, I think if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I don't know if something changed. But at one point, still had respect for Elwin.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I thought that happened.
Yeah, and,
So that's how I
and
meant, like
still no
any
longer
other
looks
ones.
like an elf.
Right. So, but I know she is one. Like, I know because we've talked about it. So,
And you saw her when she was an elf.
I mean, that besides that, but we're not getting into obvious things right now. So like, besides Elwin and Sil, there's no other elves, right?
Not presently, no.
Okay, well, okay. Still, it's not like I even mess with elves. I mean, come on now. It's me we're talking about, right?
So, we're not feeding it elf.
We can feed the elves if you need
Okay.
to.
We'll
But
feed
first,
it
we
elf.
gotta find the baby dragon. When we find the baby dragon, then we save the baby dragon. So I hope we find a baby dragon on this trip. And since I don't really need to sleep, I guess I'm just gonna like awkwardly meditate right near Sil. It's like wrap my rings around me and make a rock cocoon. And be like, I still see you still. Like move one of the flaps of the wing, be like, I see you. Don't get any funny ideas. And then I like close it. I've done my job.
Okay. So, if Wolf is going to be casting Tiny Hut, if Umber would like to create their tower or something else, or anybody else would like to use anything to help, it does not appear presently like there is any sort of storm incoming, but 8 hours is enough time that may change, especially with the mountain blocking part of the view.
Yeah, Umbra's gonna make her tower. And it's gonna be you know, the top level is the bath and the bottom level is the bedroom.
Okay. All right. As you all rest, I'd like to have benevolence and any other who does not actually need to sleep to make a perception check, and I'd like to know who is on watch.
Miranda does not need to sleep.
Okay.
Umbra is in her trance after she's done working.
And she got a 25.
Okay.
20 for Umbra. But that's just in the tower, so.
All right. Then I'm going to have perception checks from all but Umbra, as they are staying within the tower. Of those who aren't resting or are not needing to.
Need what?
Oh.
Anybody who does not need to sleep or is choosing to be on watch, aside from Umbra.
I mean,
think I
I'll take
got
a
it.
watch.
I rolled a 23.
Torque will
Yes.
take a watch,
No.
and he
Yes.
has what is it? Torque is 29 overall, 34 visual for passive. He'll take a watch, and Miranda will take the other watch.
You said 34?
Visual.
Okay.
He's a tiger, yo. He has keen senses.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Oh, wait. I see. So,
And he's observant.
I was about to say, you're talking about him like I should know him, and then I recognize, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't fun. My head was in a window.
Okay. So, benevolence. You do not hear anything as you are on watch, but Torque, you notice something that looks a little off as something approaches from the direction of the ruined village.
From the direction of the ruined what?
Of the ruined village.
Okay.
There is no sound of movement in the snow, but here and there you catch glimpses of red eyes glowing, and just a shadow that seems darker than what should be being cast.
Should what be cat? What?
A shadow that seems darker than should be cast for the spot. Seems to be just moving slowly side to side between different boulders and such in the general direction of the tower and tiny hut.
Investigate?
Okay.
Passive 21.
The best that you can figure is somebody is trying to sneak up on you all. You're not entirely certain who or what their reason is. All you can tell is that there's definitely eyes, and the height seems more indicative of a humanoid of medium size rather than some creature that might be prowling or something far larger.
Okay. I guess I'll alert the ones that aren't sleeping first.
Okay.
And keep an eye on them. If they get too close, then we'll wake everybody up before we get surprised.
Alright. As you are getting everybody who is awake clued in to this, Aeon, go ahead and make a perception check. Okay. Alright, go ahead and roll your intimidation. As you can see just barely the red eyes looking around the edge of a boulder, and as Aeon and Torque are looking straight at where it seems to be, it quickly ducks behind the boulder again. Okay. As you tell them to show themselves or face death, there is a moment as your call is met with silence and a silent breeze drifting some of the snow before the red eyes come out from behind the boulder and staring over at the two of you, the figure still just shadow and not even really wisps, but just seeming to be barely there. There's this darkness around them. This figure just stands and stares, squinting at you and trying to peer around the two of you. The only way you're able to tell that they're doing that is the slight changing of the shape of their red glowing eyes. Aeon, go ahead and make a persuasion check, and if anybody else is responding, benevolence, torque, then by all means say or do what you wish.
I'm good with Aeon's response.
Okay, sorry, I had to take care of something. I'm here now.
Welcome to the party.
You will not be the first elf to the baby dragon.
Sorry, what? Baby, are you guys already fighting something again?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
So, this figure just stands there, looking side to side of Torque and Aeon. And you can see as they reach into the shadow and set down what appears to be a sack in front of them and start rummaging around in it.
Keep an eye on him.
as you watch, they slowly start to pull a cauldron out. Very small one, with what appears to be almost a tea spout sticking out of one end. There is a demonic face on one side of it that has a yellow glow to it and a ring in its nostril. There is steam that starts coming out of it as they flip open the top of a cap that is built into it. They silently watch, waiting for a bit, not approaching closer, and start putting their hand into their cloak again. And start putting gold coins into the cauldron. The symbol on it does not appear to be a sign of any sort of house or demon lord or anything of that sort, but it does appear to be fiendish in design for what is on the side of it.
I continue to observe. Can I get an Arcana check from Miranda?
Yes, go ahead.
Wheel? Does a 15 get me?
It definitely does appear magical in nature as you are looking over it, which is reinforced by the fact that after feeding enough gold coins into it, he smooths out part of the snow that's nearby him and tips the cauldron up. Pouring out of the smoke, there's this sparks and crackle of energy, this pink and purple and red mist that falls down out of it onto the spot that they've cleared. And as that fades away, there is a steaming, piping hot bowl of some red soup and some bread and a few other things to the side, which they sit down as best as you can guess from the decrease in their height, and start picking up and eating some of the fresh bread. You can see the steam rising off of it and the soup.
Does it smell awful?
No, it smells really good. It smells like it is not something that the average person would make simply for their enjoyment. It seems like it is definitely a meal that is created to appeal to not only hunger but to the senses.
Torkel asked me to say, "You willing to share?"
The figure gestures to the snow nearby them and makes a motion to their cloak again, pulling out a gold coin and showing that it requires that you put into it for it to provide a meal.
Pop in a gold coin.
At first, nothing happens.
Pop in a platinum coin.
Okay. Immediately, there's this warmth that radiates out from it, bubbling, and just the hint of this arcane mist, this fog coming out of the spout. The figure pulls back part of their cloak enough to show a gloved hand and points to where their head would be. Then points to Torque's head and gestures at the cauldron.
Do I get what he's saying?
He seems to be indicating thinking. From your knowledge of conjuring different things with magic, typically it requires figuring out what you are conjuring if it isn't specific to conjure only the same thing. Since he created a meal, you would think of what you want for your meal.
The most succulent, like, large, steak and overall meal that I can think of.
Okay. The figure smoothens out part of the snow to create a space and pours it. And it makes a steak that would make most steakhouses fighting for the chance to purchase or steal the recipe to the rub.
Yeah, fucking eat it.
Okay. It tastes as good, if not better, than any steak you've ever had before. The mind can imagine things more to its liking than a particular restaurant might make until you taste it and first learn that it was a taste that you'd not experienced before, even considered. This is akin to that, coming across some little hole in the wall that is underappreciated, but a treasure, a culinary masterpiece of a meal. The figure looks to Eon, gestures toward the mountain, then moves their gloved arm, which you can see sticking out beyond these shadows, beyond it. And then there is a moment where the hand just moves over the shadow as if rubbing the face that's hidden, then pointing back the direction where you all have walked from, and then off some distance to the side of it, seeming to indicate a path that they have traveled over time. As Ian asks if they're heading away from the mountains, the hand kind of tilts back and forth a little, gestures to the mountain, sort of almost a hand moving in the air of walking, then tilting, flailing, and plop into the snow. Seems that they
Does
were
this thing
trying
look
to
like
cross
a-
the mountain and fell.
Does this thing look like a Jawa?
It does not. It looks like shadow and glowing red eyes just coalesced into one position. Whatever it is that is causing it, though, with them having pulled back part of the cloak to show a hand, you can at least see them making gestures and such.
Yeah, that's like a freaking Jawa.
A Jawa has a cloak where you can see the cloak itself. This is the cloak, and everything else is like its rippling shadow right there, the entire thing, aside from the red eyes and the hand.
Have we seen something like this before?
You've seen a few things that do this. Some creatures that do this naturally. Certain individuals who have used some magic, particularly thaumaturgy, can be used to do many of the effects that this is doing, including the eyes. With your experience in Castle Ebonpeak, it's likely that thaumaturgy or something else to do some of the effects of it is woven into whatever they're wearing. That does not explain the silence when they had walked up, or other aspects. The bag that they pulled out of the cauldron definitely does seem like it is some bag of holding, or other similar material. As Anne asks if the injury is why they cannot speak, there is a thumbs up and a finger pointed right at the construct. The figure, though, does look over, the eyes tilting a little bit, seeing Miranda and Syl a little further back than Aeon and Torque, and gives a little quick wave.
Well, Syl would be asleep still. Unless they woke
Okay.
her up.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
were
people were
out of character asking about the effects then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then,
My bad.
Syl would. Okay. I thought you were saying that, Syl had gotten up and walked, but no.
No, she's still passed out.
Okay. So then it would be just Miranda that he's waving to.
To put money in?
No, he's just giving a waving hand like he's just noticed that she's there.
She'll nod to him.
He gestures for her to move closer.
You screwed now. You ate from its food.
She's a wee bit more apprehensive than the rest.
Okay. All right. There's a moment there as the figure is seeing Miranda not move closer, points at Torque and then at Aeon, gives a thumbs up sign, a thumbs down sign, and then puts it even between the two.
Thumbs up.
The gloved hand and part of the shadow starts moving up to where the head would be. He has not responded to Eon asking about the injury yet. As the thumbs up, thumbs down was as the figure pointed at Torque and Eon, basically asking yes or no in Miranda's opinion.
Yeah, I give my thumbs up.
Meryl had asked in chat since they
Oh.
entered with you to speak, so I was just repeating that. So, as the figure reaches up, they pull back the cloak. And this is a face which Eon and Torque do not recognize, but Miranda would.
Who is it?
As there's just this slight smile on Garnick's face.
Kill her with fire!
Was it Garnick? What?
Yes.
Who's Garnick again?
Garnick was one of the 4 NPCs who had been around since Session 1. The one who had been with Yolanda, Giselle, and Linnea when they ended up in the collapsing plane, the collapsing demi-plane that everybody had first met. He was the father of Dare, who Syl has a thing going on with, and has answered a few questions here and there as far as different dangerous things that the party has encountered, and some secretive things.
Yeah, but that could possibly not be our Garnick.
It could possibly not be. As far as you can see, their head looks the same, with the cloak down, their eyes, their hair. Their neck does look like it has suffered a serious bruising, which is likely tied to why they're not able to speak presently. Before, you'd be used to seeing them clad in black and other dark colors. And they appear to be wearing multiple layers that are not just their leathers, but a jacket over them, 2 different types of cloaks, a light blue, purple, and navy blue hat adorned with golden chains and different gems. Their boots appear to be purple and silver and fade to nothing where the feet are, almost, just seeming to vanish. There is a thing strapped to their back. Looks akin to a shield, but not made of metal, something stone. And there is most definitely a shovel, which is made of metal and cord and bones for the handle and grip, and a skull near the end as strapped.
I'll use my telepathy to ask about those things and what happened.
Well, that's a way to actually do more than gesture. That's nice. He just cricks his neck a little bit and rubs his hand a little. So, I don't know where everybody else has been for I don't know how long. I ended up getting out of Castle Ebonpeak after helping Archmage Lewis and Leo and a few others who were buying time for people who were escaping. I ended up having a concussion or something. I swear I did the same thing several times. I may have just been dreaming it. But once far enough away from the castle and the beasts that were around, I started trying to find my way toward any sort of allies that could be brought in, since the more potent spellcasters were slowing things down, but not seeming to be making much headway. I grabbed what I could that people had dropped when heading toward the Wandering Woods, and then left the valley. Didn't see anybody in there on any of the edges that I had traveled. But knowing how its magic twists travel, I figured it wasn't worth searching for aid there. So I started wandering and traveling. At least I knew my way toward where the Archons have their dominion and where the Magus Circle has theirs. Didn't travel the full distance to Castle Ebonpeak the first time, though, as Yolanda and Giselle and Linnell and myself ended up sucked through a rift. I made it to the tower that we arrived in when we came back from the Barrows. No one was there. It was good shelter for a while until there was monsters around. I encountered a few unsavers. I'm not entirely certain what they were about, but they attacked me on sight, and most of them were casting dark magic, necromancy, and other things that were intended to try and seize control, which I shook off. So I continued as best as I could the route. I figured the mountain would be at least safest from creatures that wouldn't risk climbing it. And unfortunately part of it gave way and dumped me down onto the village below. Between the strangers, which I'm guessing are cultists of some kind, and the village, I obtained an assortment of different magical equipment beyond what I had on me when I left. But I've been recuperating from ending up breaking an arm and a leg, dragging myself, able to set lures and hunt for a bit with my form concealed, and just recovered enough that I was considering continuing onward when suddenly a big stone tower popped out of nowhere, which told me that either there was more cultists that had started to settle in, or someone else. I hoped to procure some form of transport faster, and came across you all. It's been, I don't know, I'm estimating a good 7-8 months since I left Castle Ebonpeak.
I asked him a couple of questions unique to our original traveling party, that, as far as I knew it. And what he remembers up until the mass summon, or from the mass summon to the evacuation.
There's a nod that he makes, and mentally he recalls everything from his perspective, and from the parts where Miranda and he were in the same room, or at least received information from Strahd or Giselle or someone else, they seem to match up.
Good to see you back. Things seem strange around here.
Very. And it's good to be back amongst people who aren't trying to kill me upon seeing me or trying to take over my mind in one way or another. At least so far, if you are who you seem to be. But at the very least, you're not attacking. That's a start.
Well, we've had a hell of a time out in the Shimmer. Ever since we got back, things have been strange. Apparently, they got buried months before we left. Is that correct, Micah? According to what we know, when we came here, that the marriage happened long before.
According to what you've heard, the marriage definitely seems to have happened far enough back that it would have been before you had left, yes.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
As far as I know, Leo, Archmage Luce, and the other casters were trying to work with the Sphere of Frozen Time and do something to slow down the Heart of Darkness and that which the stars rejected. Lady Solarnum tried to interrupt them, and then I think I had the concussion. Because as I said, it seems as if I kept wondering if I had done something already or not, as I was trying to leave and get help. I saw a plentitude of monsters that were populating the castle quite rapidly, and when I got to where the mages had holed up, they told me to go out and get help, and they were at least barricaded in well enough that it seemed prudent, especially with them being able to create their own food and water. So, as long as nobody got into them, they would be safe for as long as, well, they can live. But who knows at this point? I certainly had not expected to take at least 7 months of recuperation. They could be alive, they could all be dead, for as much as I know. I certainly hope not, but there's not much that can be done if that is the case, for them at least, aside from vengeance. At least I know my offspring is safe with those who left and went into the Wandering Woods. Whether or not after that they remain safe or not, they are at least not in that precarious location.
Well, we're headed back to Ebonpeak right now if you care to join us.
I just spent several months trying to get away from there due to being waylaid from the fall.
Yeah, but you spent the time alone. We've got however many people we got.
I believe we're sitting somewhere around 12 currently. Sizable group.
No offense to those of you who have met before, who are traveling with you, Miranda, but aside from Count Strahd, I don't know who is capable enough to deal with some of the things that I've evaded, even. And
Yeah, Strahd
in
ain't
that-
Strahd anymore.
the good news just keeps piling on.
We have the real Strahd's body. Evil twin Strahd is currently inhabiting the right one.
Wonderful.
So I wouldn't suggest seeking his help quite yet.
Well, those who were in Castle Ebonpeak were fairly competent spellcasters. Leo might have still been in training, but he has matured significantly in his experiences traveling with those who had gone with you into the Shimmer and others who are helping those who fled into the Wandering Woods. If you want to continue on toward that, I certainly won't stop you, but I would at least suggest, if you have the means, to communicate to other potential allies that can meet you there instead of charging in with however many are here. Even if that tower is filled, if any of them are wearing metal, there's risk of that which the stars rejected. And if any of them are not of the most pure of character, they could be twisted by that, or the Heart of Darkness, or quite possibly Lady Solarnum, seeing as how they have decided to try and betray everyone. I don't know their reasoning. It doesn't much matter. It was quite evident that they were working of their own volition.
Well, I figured all of them had their own goals.
Well, I do have a few more tricks than I used to have with this equipment that I've obtained. So, it's possible that if we get back at least to the keep which had been ceded over to you all, then there's a possibility of at least fortifying that position against whatever leaves Castle Ebonpeak until we can get more allies. I didn't have the means of contacting any when I left, otherwise I would have certainly done so by the time that I had healed up from the fall or before that. Unfortunately, I don't have the means at present, and I don't know which of you do, or who, if you've lost Strahd, is still even traveling with you. I clearly see you've made a couple of new allies, or coerced someone into helping on your journey, or they came for the fun of it. I don't know what or care. It's at least a couple more people, but we're going to need a lot more. This is my opinion. And as Miranda and Garnick are telepathically communicating, he is just eating the food that this has made, and then takes off his hat, tips it upside down, and reaches into it. He hums, and this grating in his throat that is too discordant that he could possibly make any cogent speech, as his hand holds up a single golden key. Squints at it, turning it around in his hand, and shrugs, tucking it into one of the two cloaks that he is wearing over his jacket. As he does so, the inner cloak moves slightly, and you can see that there is a cephalopodon tentacle that curls and pulls it tighter back around him.
I told y'all to kill it with fire.
A what now?
A cephalopodon tentacle, like a octopus or squid.
Thought
It's like
so
a
was
mind flayer?
No, that the cloak itself has it as part of the cloak, and it pulled itself back tight after he put the key into an inner pocket.
So it's just cephalopod in nature, not an actual cephalopod.
It doesn't appear like there's a full octopus hiding in there, because it's pulled close enough to his back that it's not like bulging out or anything like that. But it does seem like the
They're an octopus in your
cloak is
cloak, or are you
alive.
just happy to see me? Sorry, I had to make the joke.
Of course.
Is that just Miranda that sees that, or?
Aeon and Torquwood. Nobody else is really present to see.
Does that seem odd to her?
Well, most cloaks don't do that, but he did say that he had picked up multiple different magical items off the cultists and the village.
Like, what's up with the cloak?
What's up with the hentai cloak?
Which one?
Ooh.
The one with the tentacle.
Oh, which hentai club?
God damn it.
Well, according to an arcane tailor shop which was smashed up, it was marked as a cloak of the depths. It's, interesting.
17 Arcana. Do I know anything about that?
You would imagine it has something to do with, waters? Ocean, most likely?
Okay. Sure, whatever.
It's like, I don't know all in all what, these things can do. I haven't really taken the time or precautions to properly identify them when I gathered them up. Needless to say, I can take them off and suffer no ill effects, and I've been able to make use of them.
To be honest, I can't imagine wearing a squid in wintertime is all that comfortable or good for keeping in heat.
I can't utilize the effects of all of them simultaneously, but each I can choose to attune on a particular given day. Some of them are not requiring attunement, and some are. At present, the Boots of Phantom Step certainly helped with getting closer, though the one who's stuffing themselves down one looks to be a fairly good stake, and that metal one seemed to notice me quite easily enough. Probably has to do with the red eyes and all that from the Dread Shroud. It with the Phantom Step boots help with approach and concealment when I've been hunting, but the things I've hunted have not been nearly as intelligent. Deer and rabbits, a few fish at the edge of the lake where I've chiseled some of the ice. Haven't crossed it though. Seemed easier to come up to this side here for what little I've done, but mostly stayed in the village as I recovered, crawling as necessary to get food, but rationing everything off that I could get until I found in one of the buildings a fair amount of coin. And this cauldron and the coin at least produces some meals if I'm unable to get something when out hunting. But the coins are almost all gone, and I've recovered enough that I can at least use them up if necessary in order to get somewhere within walking distance. Beyond that, if I don't find anything to hunt and I've run out of coin, that's starvation. But with you all here, I'm sure that there's other things feasible.
Kitty seems to be a pretty good hunter, so.
But what have you encountered since coming back here?
I tell him a story. The thing that followed us and the various things we've come in contact with them.
And you just left that thing somewhere in the valley and went jaunting out to try and find your way to Castle Ebonpeak?
We didn't know where it went, couldn't see it. To be fair, Syl never, out of character, to be fair, Syl never told us
Oh, I know.
anything about it.
The only thing you knew for sure was the fact that there was the snow from where it landed. But you saw it as it was hunting, is what he's more saying.
I saw it
Isn't
as it did its thing in the
imperative
shimmer.
of most who can wield magic, and I'm speaking myself in that regard as well, to have at least something prepared that's indiscriminate on whether you can see it or not. I know a particular favorite of many mages is just a very large amount of fire. At the very least, a fire would flare up and hopefully be seen from others in the village and investigate. But then again, most of those who I've traveled with, aside from Yolanda and Giselle and Linnell, paid me to keep them alive, not others, so I suppose I can't fault you for, well, keeping up to stereotypical standards. So, danger behind you, danger ahead of you. I swear, after this is sorted out, I think I'm going to take a few small jobs and find a ticket to a quiet demiplane somewhere, if there is such a thing. So, I strongly don't recommend going up the mountain unless you've got proper equipment. I'm not unskilled with ascending structures, mountains, trees, and other surfaces in order to do the sort of work that I have done in the past. But it is a treacherous pass. Someone at least have ropes for anchors or flight of some kind, something, please tell me, if you're planning on taking that route, that you at least have something that is better than what desperation I took.
Leon would have an answer, but he can't hear the conversation, so yeah.
I don't know for sure what lies in the rest of this land before us, but going over the mountain at the very least wasn't as safe as I thought.
Anything to look out for up there?
You mean in addition to the fact that the mountain itself decides to shrug you off? Yes, quite a few different things, to be honest. There's an assortment of... not quite certain what to call them. There's something up there that's like a large gorilla made of flesh and rock. There's an assortment of different parts where the snow looks smooth and safe to tread upon. Where it starts lashing out of nothing, trying to coil itself around you. There's a few orcs I stayed away from, and even something that looked human, but face was all wrong. Even from the distance I could tell. And they grunted to each other. Communication, nothing that any of my spells could aid me in understanding. There's, of course, an assortment of things I unlikely didn't encounter, but those are the ones that I saw the most frequently.
Well, if you don't want to come with us, at least we got little information of that way. I think that's the way they're trying to go right now. But at least it'll help us prepare if we still decide to go that way.
It could be safer than others, I don't honestly know. I took the one route and it didn't work so well for me. Could work better for you all, certainly a lot more of you.
Good seeing you again. Glad to know that some of the people made it.
Yes, well, hopefully all did that were from when you all had left. The evacuation was getting a bunch of people out. I know that my bastard got out, but aside from that, I don't know who. Giselle, Dare, and I'm not entirely certain in terms of others who I knew more personally. I know I saw certainly plenty of the guests and guards and staff, but if there was anyone in particular you were looking for aside from them, I'm not sure. I do at least know that Leo and Archmage Lewis are in the tower. Or at least they were.
Good to know. We'll keep an eye out.
So, as he and Torque eat, and Miranda is telepathically communicating, is there anything that Eon is saying or doing while this is going on?
Oh, I'm assuming while he was talking, Garrick was probably making like head gestures and whatnot, and kind of gesturing as if he was talking, even though Eon couldn't hear anything, right?
Yes. He doesn't have to, but for the sake of
But like force a habit.
Well, I was going to say, for the sake of not being interrupted too severely, he is making it clear that he seems to be communicating with Miranda somehow.
Well, he's not going to interrupt because he's not an asshole, but he's going to point out once it seems like their little conversation is finished that, depending on the state of his injuries, we may have a healer who's able to help with all that then.
Offer.
What?
It's the least we can do before you go on your way.
No, the least we can do is put him out of his misery.
You're not. I have the feeling you don't like Garrick.
Garnick!
Garnick.
Oh, I like
Garnish?
Yeah, tell that to his face.
Look, I haven't heard his name yet. None of my characters have
Garnick.
heard his name yet.
He has. Have they said his name?
No, it's
No.
all been in mental communication.
Oh.
Darren would, but he's not there. He's asleep.
Darwin would reckon? Oh, yeah. Okay.
After I get the offer, if he accepts, then I'll introduce him to the rest. If he's just gonna leave, I'm gonna tell him he's an old ally on his way.
He would communicate to Miranda that he's willing to go with, but he doesn't think it's prudent to go unless there's a way for somebody to try and communicate to some potential allies to meet up instead of just going straight into things, even with the size of group that Miranda indicates.
Well, if we can't communicate and get some more allies, at least we can take a look at your injuries and help you out. We'll look into both if you want to stay with for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, he gives a nod at that. Finishes eating and puts his cauldron back into the bag of holding that he has. And then would go into the tiny hut or tower, depending on which one he is allowed into.
No one is
That is
allowed
a
in
good
the
point.
tower.
I was about to say, I don't know if someone who is outside the tiny hut to start can actually get inside. Hold up. Let me read the extent of this spell again.
Unless they pay the 100 platinum fee.
Oh, creatures and objects within the dome when you cast this spell can move through it freely. Other creatures and objects are barred from passing through it.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a healer, they need to come out.
That or the dome would have to be cast again, but yes.
Can it go in? Oh, they're already barred from the tower. I can wake up the healer and give him to the.
Technically speaking, we kind of have 3 healers, don't we?
I'll wake the one up that's most likely able to help him. That I think.
Who would you think that would be?
Who do we have for healers? Darwin.
Lilith have slight. But you haven't seen much. You've seen a lot more buffs than you've seen healing.
Benevolence. He's a paladin.
Lay on hands
Lay
isn't
on
gonna help
hand.
him.
What would heal his injury, though? Just cure wounds do it, or would you need something like lesser restoration?
What does a 15 int check give me, Micah?
1 second.
Accidentally casts blindness and deafness, so it's like, great, we have a blind, mute, deaf person on our hands. Like, ah, shit. Well, there goes Garnish.
Technically speaking, the spells do not specify it, because being mute is not a condition. But I would say because blinded and deafened are allowed under lesser restoration, that it would work for that.
Do I think Darwin has lesser restoration?
I've never seen him use it before. The only healing spells you would have seen him use is Cure Wounds, Healing Word, and Mass Cure Wounds. If you ask around, however, who knows?
Yeah, and you've never seen Benevolence use healing. You've only seen him get his head stuck in the window.
I cast Healing Fist and just punches Garrick in the throat. Better.
Garnick. But yes.
Darn it.
Ha.
God damn it.
Ha. Ha. Yes. Let's punch somebody to fix them.
That was not a
Well,
joke set in character, by the way.
because the Fox, Darwin, and the new one are the only real healers we have, like, that could actually have the heal. Lay on hands doesn't work in this instance.
Does cure wounds work? Because if so, then you know for a fact Darwin's good.
I'll wake Darwin up.
And to kind of take a moment. The stretch is a bit like,
It's all
howdy,
snuggled
what's
up
up?
to it. Hey, sweetie. Got
Oh
a
yeah,
moment?
good point. Hey, what's up, Miranda?
I got you something to look at. You want to come look at something?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
I'll show you if you show me first.
Put your coat on. Let's go.
Pretty sure he was probably already wearing it to begin with, just to keep warm. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's see. Should he even technically have a coat? Good question. Probably does. Got layers. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, but so Darwin goes ahead and just kind of tosses on an extra layer and kind of heads out the dome for a second.
When you go out, you can see Garnick waving from where he is standing.
Darwin just kind of waves and says, "Well, howdy, fella. I don't think I've seen you in a hot minute."
Something helping to his voice. He can't quite speak right now. You want to see if you can take a look at that?
Hey, here, let's take a look at it here though, real quick, because I gotta see how bad it is exactly. Because I might have to use a bit of a higher spell depending on Well, I'm assuming since his head is still attached to his neck, it's not that bad. But losing your voice ain't no playground trip, I guess you could say. Darwin's gonna go up and take a close look at the wound here, real quick.
Okay. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Gotcha. Hold up, now that I'm back at the hotel room, I actually have my dice. One of these is a D20. It is that one. Physically cannot see what that number is. That's not bad.
It's a 1.
Right. It is plus 2, 18.
From what you can tell, this is not something that is going to be easily remedied. Imagine that lay on hands, cure wounds, simple things of that nature are not going to be sufficient enough.
So a cure wounds is no go. This is Darwin actually saying things. So a cure wounds. This looks like it's gonna be a bit much for that.
I don't suppose you
Maybe.
have, out of character, I don't suppose you have a class that can switch spells on rest?
I don't believe this one can. However, did you ask? Does Darwin know kind of like if lesser restoration would work?
Go ahead and make a Arcana check.
Oh, Jesus Christ, all these things that I don't have a lot of bonuses to. Darwin is the worst person to ask to do this. Fuck yeah! The The dice is thanking me for being in Florida, apparently. +2 again, so that makes it a dirty 20.
Yeah, you're fairly certain that that would work.
Everyone will kind of turn back to Miranda and be like, hey, know if anyone has a little bit of a lesser restoration spell? That should fix up his throat just fine.
Adam does. I don't know where the fuck Adam is though.
Eon, however, we'll pause for a moment. So, believe that is a spell Lilith has in her repertoire. Actually, I should probably double check that. Yes, okay. Points that out though and says, Lesser Restoration, I believe, is a spell that Lilith has in her repertoire. If that is what is needed, then she should be able to provide.
Okay.
Then I will go get Lilith. Or I'll have Eon go get Lilith. Eon and them are more friends.
Eon steps back inside the dome then and kneels down for a moment, shaking Lilith awake. And simply says, I have been injured. Your healing skills are required. It kind of takes her just a moment, brushing the eyes, stretching a tad, and tossing on an extra layer before coming out. Not even bothering to question because it's still that point of like getting up, like the brain's still turning on fully. It's going, okay, what is it you need?
Barely open, just walking towards somebody's voice.
Basically, yeah. Well, not even his voice, because Arnick doesn't even have.
Well, I meant toward Aeon's voice, because they're the one who.
Oh yeah.
So.
But she'll go and come out, and she'll kind of take a moment to get used to the old before asking, basically. So, what is it exactly that's going on?
He just taps his throat a couple of times.
Oh, okay. I have a feeling I know what to do here. Let's take a look-see here, and she'll come over and just kind of plop down on both knees, taking a look at the throat, and then she will cast. Did Eon happen to know, like, maybe, is it just any level of lesser restoration would work, or does it need to be a very strong one?
Any, I would say.
Alright, so Lilith will go ahead and cast a second level lesser restoration.
Okay.
Just kind of gives him a nice little pat on the head. And with a little bit of a command and the somatic component. Restoration.
He clears his throat. Thank you. Feels good to hear my own voice again outside of my head without massive grating that hurts my ears.
I would suggest being a bit careful on it, though. You don't want to end up losing it again due to something else.
Yes, well, seeing as how quite a few spells require being able to verbalize, it's at least whispering is better than nothing, even if taking care of it for the time being.
Good point on that one. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go back to sleep. It's cold out here. I'm tired. So, yeah, you stay safe, wherever you are. And Lilith's just gonna walk right back at the dome, plop her right back down to sleep.
Okay.
Darwin's probably gonna stay up for a little bit just to shoot the breeze for a second. Also gonna ask if there's any other injuries he currently has, because Darwin could probably help out with that.
Not that aren't old scars. those are better reminders than not, I suppose.
It works. Darwin just kind of sits there for a moment, just thinking about all the stuff that's going on, and he just kind of asks, I'm guessing you've already kind of communicated in one way or another stuff that's been going on because of all the weird timey-wimey magical junk that's been occurring, from what we can tell.
To the best that I was able to, at least, from what Miranda said to me and what I said to her with in our minds. It's kind of wriggles his fingers a little bit, just holds them still for a moment, just mutters something, and there's 4 torch-sized lights which start swirling and moving around. Minor illusion is useful, but when it's the only trick in your bag, it's good to make sure the other things are still working afterward.
Point on that. A little bit of dancing lights. The stars, this is a lot on the plate to deal with, ain't it?
I'm more than competent a combatant even without magic. It's part of my training at the Shadow Court, but it certainly is more useful to have more tools at one's ready. And that was the only spell that I had that didn't require my voice, minor illusion. So I will definitely need to start figuring out what other things I might have available should ever such a similar injury occur again.
Yeah, that'd be handy. Be good not to be caught with your pants down.
Well, there's certainly plenty of people who have spells for temporarily silencing without causing a more lasting injury. So it is fortuitous that I haven't encountered that limitation before now.
Good point. I'm guessing they never taught you, what's it called? Metamagics then. A little bit of alteration to make it easier on
I'm
yourself.
No sorcerer. That's a bit beyond my ken.
I see.
No, I'm a magus. I'm one trained for magic and the blade, and not one who comes quite the same route as most who are either born with it or pick it up from a book.
Ah, so what's it called? Just a similar title to the sense of a battle or war mage, kind of.
Magus
I have the feeling that was a bad
not
comparison.
solely trained in art of combat with the magic that we have. We're typically trained for rounding it out for whether it's direct combat or subterfuge in the case of the court that I'm with, or protecting particular targets of interest from outside influence, that sort of thing. It's more the subtle hand that tends to protect and guide rather than the hand that goes out and conquers. It's a bit easier to keep the status quo than to be on the front lines if you aren't even known that you're holding it up.
Very true on that one. Very true.
If one tyrant is deposed, it's not hard to just simply bring in someone else who's trained for the role and guide them toward what changes are necessary for the general populace to be satisfied and yet keep enough things in place that it doesn't devolve into utter chaos.
So the utter chaos, like what we experienced trying to get out of the Shimmer, then. Oh, that was a party right there. Horrible party, but technically a party.
Yes, well, from what little I understand of it, yes. From what's been told, I wasn't there to see it directly myself, otherwise I could have perhaps judged some of what was happening. The soldiers, at the very least, that seems more akin to some force of organized power, rather than ragtag with different attire cobbled together. Order likes order. We prefer to be flexible enough to adapt and adjust into new containers to be more like water, where those that want to rule with an iron fist, well, you fit the mold or you get tossed out.
That's understandable. So, I'm guessing you already explained everything, though, that's been going on with Castle Ebonpeak, then.
What little I understand of it, yes. And it certainly is, as I've said, quite dangerous.
I figured. I had a vision the other night. I've been much more frequently now than I suppose in the past, but I've been having lots of these visions that seem to have been coming true. I just realized that Darwin, I don't think Darwin shared this with everyone. I think he just shared this with Syl and Dwarvish, didn't he? Oh, looks like everyone else is going to find out about it now. I've already started talking. But, Darwin, so I'm going with what he was saying. I've had this vision when we arrive at Castle Ebonpeak. We'll be following Count Strahd, the path. Something large collapses. I don't know if it's the path itself or something, but if I remember correctly, the Archmage's tower, that's around the external portion wall of the castle, isn't it?
No, the Archmage doesn't have a separate tower.
Oh. So what tower are they in then?
Castle Ebonpeak itself.
So we're in the center. Okay. So it's probably not that.
It would be Castle Ebonpeak itself has some rooms that are inside that have no windows and some that are outside in balconies and such.
Okay. Well, he'll just point out then that the path or something nearby starts collapsing, which doesn't bode well for those that are going to be pushing up to the castle with the threat. I don't know why I'm delaying on these words so much. I'm having a rough time thinking of what I'm gonna say. chance one too many shots of whiskey I've had.
Yeah, well, not had much of that, or been holed up. Had a little bit for the pain, what?
Oh no, I
was
meant
it?
real life. Real life, I've had too many shots of whiskey.
Thought you were saying it in Darwin's voice, so.
Yeah, sorry. That's the brain of slow. Everything up until the shots of whiskey was Darwin.
Well, more good news. Foreboding vision and all that.
I mean, if you thought that was bad, you should have seen the pissed off, decaying time king person thing that we ran into in the shimmer. He did not look happy. I think he might be part of the reason why these visions are popping up, possibly. I don't know. It's like a weird. It's kind of like that weird feeling, like when you eat a soup and you swear you've had it before, even though this is the first time you've ever eaten it at like a tavern or something. You know? Have you ever had that feeling? That feeling, but the person seeing them for the first time and visions and stuff. It's a really weird.
Yes, I've had that before. Down in the sewers when we were facing up against many, and also when leaving Castle Ebonpeak recently. That's what I was saying to Miranda in terms of swearing I had done certain things before already.
So they managed to get something going though with the time spells then.
Well, yes.
The only reason why you'd be... Sorry.
I certainly think they got something going, but whatever was intended was twisted a bit by Lady Solernum's interruption.
Still here because I feel like I could totally rub it in his face that is little Lady Solernum was actually a part of the problem. But that is neither here nor there. We're gonna leave that in the past. That kind of raises the question now of to go from here.
Well, if any of you have the means to communicate to anybody at a range, some distance beyond simple shouting, then I'm perfectly willing to go back with you all toward Castle Ebonpeak if you're willing to wait by the keep that was given to your friends and await some allies to catch up to us. If things get bad, then we can go in toward Castle Ebonpeak and be in sight of it, but if they're not, I'd rather have backup. However, if nobody has such means, then it'd probably be best if at least I continue on toward the lands that the Orcans rule and see if I can't convince them to reach out to some of their allies.
Eon's gonna perk up at this point and say, potential cataclysmic event does have the potential to threaten multiple Necron tomb worlds. Based on this, it would be reasonable for me to gather assistance from my tomb. However, as it is not a fully activated one, there would be quite limited, if at all, any. On top of that, returning there would require, well, as you call it, a rift of some sort. And considering how much power I believe to have been outputted to bring me here may take quite some to get me back and to return with assistance.
Well, that's not a spell that I presently know, so maybe perhaps one of the others does, but I'm not able to make much use of that.
Orin's gonna kind of trip in then after this as well. So, I mean, I've got the little handy dandy skywrite spell, but kind of primary issue with that is everyone can see it.
How far does it reach?
I mean, as far as you can see it in the clouds, really. I mean, in terms of where I can put it, I suppose, leave.
How far have you all traveled so far to get here? I don't know the full distance from Castle Ebonpeak to where you came from. I know it's about 40-50 miles, give or take, for me to get to here.
I'm not the best judge of distance. You may wanna. Miranda, do you happen to know how far we've gone?
What does 15 get me? Survival.
I would say that you'd have a rough estimate. It's going to be at least 40 to 60 on your best guess. You're not sure of the exact nature of it, but at least that far.
That's what I give.
Yeah, so that's the distance we got right there.
Well, if it's that far, I don't think that it's going to be seen in the valley. There might be some who could see it, but that's requiring that whatever you make is at an angle and spread out enough that they can see it clearly, and that the wind doesn't disperse it.
Yeah, that was kind of the other issue I was thinking of, because when we first got here, I had a real bad snowstorm that kind of popped up out of the blue, and guarantee anything even remotely close to that's gonna cause a message to disperse.
Yeah.
As long as I can see that portion of the sky, which, I mean, technically speaking, I could see a decent portion of sky, like, quite a ways out. Just, main issue is, obviously, is anyone else gonna be able to see where I put it?
Right.
Definitely not the most long-range communication style, I suppose.
It's useful, but it's just a matter of how high high up you can make it and how large it becomes. So, in D&D terms, out of character, you can see about 2 miles or so before terrain features would get in the way, typically. And real life, you can see basically about 3 miles before the Earth starts curving, and depending on the terrain, you might see further or less than that. But the higher up you go in elevation, the more you can see. What you would remember from where you all had arrived back in the Frostheart was that it was in a valley between mountains. So most likely, it at the very least wouldn't be seen there, though it might be seen elsewhere in the Frostheart. If somebody were looking for it in the sky at the time, instead of looking straight ahead. If it caught in their peripheral vision, they might see it for about 3 miles or so. Maybe 4 or 5, where it might be squint and figure out what it would be. Seeing as you've gone 54 miles, even if the mountains weren't in the way, it would be too distorted over distance, and even if they could make it out, it would be difficult to do so before a wind might kick in. Skyrite is very useful if you're in a city or other area where you are limited in how far you're trying to reach. But unfortunately, for such vast distances as that, it will not suffice.
Well, I got nothing other than that, unless we're looking for specific people to track down, in which case I can kind of assist with that one. True as I do kind of gotta be sort of familiar with them, because otherwise I'm just gonna find some random dude who's chilling in a cave somewhere, probably.
Well, there's Giselle, at the very least. If she and the others are still in the Frostheart. But the Wandering Woods could send them anywhere. As far as if it were me, I could contact to my court, but the problem is that I don't have that spell, and I can't make you become familiar with someone you've not met, so...
Yeah, that's
It seems we may be somewhat limited.
for the time being. We've got some of the others sleeping inside the dome right now. Plus we got Umbra and Linnea currently sleeping inside the big tower, so...
Well...
So maybe one of them has something.
Yeah. It's, I know Yolanda at least can communicate over short distances with some magic, but unless she's picked up a few things of late, I don't think she's got anything for significant distance. Linnea, more or less intended to send a letter off to somebody who would then send it to the demiplane that her patron was from in order to do the commission work for her sculpting and masonry. So I don't think that she'd be much use of that. She might be able to ask a creature to help us out, but that'd require that we first find one, and whether or not it is willing to, and then doesn't get snatched up. Only things I've seen
One of the other
around
big
here
beasties.
are deer, rabbits, and fish. I don't think the fish are going to be much use when there's not a river that goes straight to any allies that I know of, from here at least.
Unfortunately, no. Then again, I'm probably not the best person to talk to about all this kind of tracking people down and stuff. I've got like the 2 spells for communicating and locating people, but I am debatably one of the worst at it. Kind of forte, I suppose.
Well, maybe your metal friend or someone else might be of use for an ally, at least that's near, but I wasn't able to do anything for them, so present they're somewhat in a dismembered state.
Jan thinks for a moment after he says that, and just kind of thinks.
Little,
After hearing both their... Oops, sorry.
little Modron buddy was in the village when I arrived, but looks like they didn't land into snow whenever they got there. They'd been there a while, but beyond that, I don't know what all happened. Looks like a few dents and dings, but I don't know if they fought something on the mountain and then got tossed off, or if they hit some rocks on the way down, or what it was. But they're in pieces. I gathered them up, but that's beyond my skill.
If Jan had ears, they would perk up. He looks over and says, "One of my kind or another construct?"
Not your kind. It's Buster's a Modron.
Oh, Buster. Well, I recognize that fella. Sort of. Jan thinks for a moment and goes, "My technology should work to reanimate him, nonetheless. Be it his systems are simpler in design, or perhaps more complex may be their issue, but they should be fixable, nonetheless."
Well, I've got his parts buried in the village to keep critters from fooling around with the pieces I found. I don't know if he's complete or not, or if you can fix him regardless of that, but it's a possibility, regardless of which route we end up taking, or whether I go on to try and find some allies. Somebody who can help, maybe. But, yeah, it's, good to not be just among the little critters and silence out in the snow. I didn't think that putting his remains into the bag of holding would be such a good idea. I know how it affects organics. I don't know what it would do with constructs.
Yeah, good point on that one. Again, I don't know. It's similar kind of issue we were facing when we were trying to figure out what to do exactly with the whole slime coming through the sewers thing. It's a lot of possibility, but not a lot of clear answers type deal.
Sounds like a carny fortune teller.
You're right. Definitely sounds like that.
You will lead an interesting life. That one was certainly true, vague as it was.
You know me. Well, you sort of know me. Vagueness is one of the things I'm great at.
Well,
Glad I took the proper time to pronounce the G on that, because otherwise it would have sounded like I said anus.
well, it's one level of vagueness from you versus the sort of diplomatic doublespeak that's intended for bureaucracy that the court teaches to those who are meant to be more directly counseling rather than serving as a guard who has a ruler's ear, one who openly is seen whispering into it. Quite a lot easier to get somebody to do what you want if you make them think it was their idea in the first place.
Yeah. I don't know, we're just gonna have to play a lot of this right year and just see who we can gather up along the way. Most of the guests did go into the Wandering Woods, and any guards went with them, I believe. So
That's true, and they could be scattered anywhere. Last I saw of Buster, they were in the Wandering Woods, but that was before everything had happened. And, yeah, unfortunately, while Miranda filled me in that it seems there's statues of Giselle and Strahd in the Arcane Valley, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're there. And the possibility is just as high that others made it there, or that all of them made it there. They could be spread out anywhere on Frostheart or elsewhere. I know we we certainly went in there and ended up in a stormhold. Found my offspring again, and made our way back here, but could have just as easily ended up far away from there.
I love those wandering woods.
Really, if they weren't most assuredly cursed, I would suggest burning them down, but just cutting trees from the edge of it that are more mundane in nature at least keeps providing firewood on and on and on, since it time flows weird. Seeds that are left behind become mighty oaks in a short while, and ones that are just planted a month ago might fall over and become a nurse log.
Definitely the strangest thing on that one.
Not the strangest thing I've ever seen, but it's fairly up there. Well, I suppose I look about as strange as the one that had been up there before the Wandering Woods. The cultist who had captured Linnea, Giselle, and Yolanda and I when we had entered their demiplane. Talked with us, all friendly, nice enough until we wanted to leave. But, wearing a trained cloaker, animated armor, and carrying around a flying axe is certainly a new one on me.
I don't think I've heard anything like that before.
Yeah, well, certainly took us by surprise. We weren't expecting to have that kind of a fight out of somebody who looked as frail as they were. Oh, spellcasting, sure enough, but, you know, it hit pretty hard. Gotten a lot more powerful since those days, but still, it was a fight we didn't win. It's just luck that they decided to try questioning us instead of executing us.
That's what it comes down to sometimes. The luck of the draw.
That reminds me of the deck box. That could,
What?
proven useful or make things much, much worse. There's a artifact called the Deck of Many Things. And there's a deck of beasts and other different magical decks of different things that happen when you draw a card out. In that tower, the cultist had one of those boxes that had cards in it. And I think one of you looks over at the tent. I'm fairly certain Ellen would have it right now unless they pass it on to someone else. It was carried around by Pine for some time before they passed it on.
I have the feeling I know what that is, and I do believe that's already been used up.
Nope.
I might be wrong on that, though.
You are indeed incorrect.
It's not my fault that you're never here. Don't worry.
Hey, I mean, that's how I know it hasn't been used yet.
Right.
Certainly is something that could be quite useful. Or, as I said, make things worse.
Your luck
but
is right.
With how many are here? I haven't seen anything from it that has come out of it that we couldn't handle, with how many of us that there are.
True. If we get lucky, might find exactly what we're needing. Or one of us could just straight up explode. I've heard that's apparently a thing that might happen with those cards. I don't know anymore. I've seen some
Pick a
crazy.
card, any card.
One of them gives you real big feet. The other one causes your heart to explode. Well, yet.
Sounds nice.
One of you starts seeing flex tape demons. We gotta seal up those eyes. Well, I invite you to join us. You'll probably, if you wish to sleep here, you'll probably have to see if Umbra will let you in. As I believe the limits of the spell that the rest of us are currently camping under don't allow outside things to enter when the time of the spell is cast, so.
Well, I can at least dig out a hollow if nothing else, but best I can
I'm sure Umbra will be nice.
figure it, we're going to prep up everything we can, whether we can get some allies or not.
Know that we've run into, well, I shouldn't say we've run into them, but we've run into evidence of them being around some other individuals who would be on our side. The issue is that we've not yet found them themselves. Unfortunately, everyone's sounding a bit sad at this. I know my drunk ass can't actually make myself sound sad other than the me laying in bed being bleh. But
Being bleh.
Darwin gets a bit bleh. But Darwin's gonna sound a bit more disheartened about not having yet found them. Different than his more kind of joking, cheerful voice.
Let's rest up and welcome those who are asleep after a good long rest and see where we go from there. And with that, he would check around the area and then start making a hollow in the snow next to the tiny hut, piling it up and creating an igloo on the side of it.
Actually, yeah, that'd work pretty well, because the dome would hold up the snow.
Yep, and it'd be at least one side where they could see him if it collapsed.
Yeah. I think the spell would allow someone on the inside to pull something from the outside in, but I guess not.
It's just a dome, huh?
It's really just a dome where anything that's outside of the dome before it's created can't come back in. If you're inside the dome, then you can leave and enter freely for as long as the dome's around. So if Evelyn wants to go take a dip in the freezing ice lake for whatever reason, then she can. I don't know why she'd do that, but she could. My screen went dark. Back. Oh god, it's bright.
What's this screen you speak of?
Shut. Shh. Let's let the salted caramel talk. Boy. Ah, yes. Garnish making a snow igloo. Oh, Garnick. No, god damn it.
Garnish.
It's gonna keep happening. It's gonna keep happening. I guarantee. I'm gonna say Garnish like next Sunday too, almost guaranteed.
Well, of course.
That's how I'm gonna remember his name is I'm always gonna say Garnish before I say Garnick. Garlic. Darwin is going to be doing an impression of me here soon, and he's gonna be like, "All right, I'm gonna go ahead back and start getting some sleep here as well." He's gonna back inside the dome, back to his warm little spot, blanket.
Okay.
All that jazz.
And anything anybody else is doing before another long rest?
Yeah, it's gonna
Ribbit.
be.
Umbra's gonna be making more bullets and ammunition for her weapons.
Okay.
Ellen will be staying on guard, or on watch. Of thinking about what was mentioned before with tracking down individuals in the locate creature spell type deal that Ron had mentioned. Just kind of thinking on that for the night while keeping an eye on things. Ooh, you know what? You know what? Actually, odds are Lilith has already fallen asleep. Never mind. Actually, you know what? That spell probably won't even be useful in the first place, actually. Beyond so bright. Down my eyes. Never mind, that's not useful at all. Okay, no, I'm just dumb. Yep, don't mind me, I just don't remember what half my spells do for...
So,
Was anyone else... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that the night would finish passing without other further interruptions. And it's a matter of everybody waking up in the morning.
Another good morning in the dome.
Okay. The sight of Garnick curled up against the dome, with his own shelter built around it, is there as everybody starts waking up. Of course, Umbra and Linnea, being in the tower, don't see it until they come outside, but everybody else is able to. And Yolinda watches as he is breathing in and out, and looks around at others, and quietly, not trying to wake him, just asks people where and when he arrived.
Leon will just point out late at night while you all are sleeping. He was injured, but the short one took care of it. Well, by short one, I mean Lilith.
Yeah,
If I've already forgotten, I've already
He's kind
forgotten.
of short.
Darwin was useless. He came in and diagnosed the problem, and that was it. It's the American healthcare system. He diagnosed the problem and did not fix it.
Yep. At least he didn't ask for money.
This time.
Yeah, good point. So
No,
it's the
he's
Canadian
like
healthcare
Canadian.
system. Yeah, Canadian healthcare system. Diagnosed the problem and fix it, but also didn't ask for money. So really, there was nothing lost. It's just that the problem hasn't been fixed. But yes, just kind of ran into him. Just kind of runs the briefing through again of what he's dealt. We're going to need to find allies here soon. One of which may be found in the village in several pieces.
Several pieces.
Pieces. Is it Jesse?
Yeah, Buster.
I mean, oh.
One person who benefits from reanimation orb thingy that Eon carries around. Well, besides himself, I suppose. An inferior construct, but a construct nonetheless.
I liked, brain fart.
Buster?
I like brain farts
Buster.
too, they're great.
Buster. His name's Buster. I like Buster.
Buster
And
Rhyme.
his constant swearing. It's fun.
After this, he's gonna retire and get a rap career. when we bust a ram.
Maybe.
It's a shit joke. I should probably stop.
Go to sleep.
Possibly. 1 hour ahead here, and it's a bit weird.
So, eventually, as everybody wakes up and gathers everything up and has some rations and the like, Garnick stirs a bit and smiles, greeting those around. He recognizes and properly introduces himself to those who he does not. And gives the gist of what he told Miranda before to everyone else. Well, it's good to see old friendly faces and new ones. But quite a undertaking ahead of us if we do intend to go on to Castle Ebonpeak with or without allies. Preferably if anybody has the means to aid us in communicating to some distant ones, or to bring some through other means, that would be preferable. But obviously that isn't always necessarily feasible. So anybody have any ideas?
I haven't had my coffee yet. I can't think without my coffee. No coffee? Okay.
Well,
Oh hey, there's Garnick. When did he get here?
I mean, garnish?
I'm pretty sure that's Garnick.
good to see you all again. As I was mentioning to a few of the others last night, Elwyn, you still have that deck box, correct?
Correct.
For now.
Have you drawn from it recently?
No, it's been some time. And I wasn't even the one who drew it.
Yep.
If I'm the one who's potentially going to be walking on toward the valley to seek out allies if we don't have another means, would you mind if I give it a chance drawing from it to see what might benefit if I survive it? And if we do it at least now, while there's all of us here, the possibility of, if it's not something pleasant, quickly dealing with it.
You sure you want to do this?
Hell yeah.
If we don't have the means to ensure that it's safer, then it at least is something toward potential of allies or power to help. Versus if I don't, and we don't have the means to communicate to anybody, then we're somewhat limited. I'd rather not be, if it's possible to avoid that.
Well, I mean, does anyone else volunteer to draw a card?
Hell yeah. So, puts all four arms up. Abyss, yeah.
Anyone else?
Miranda.
That's very strained. Well, how about you two rock, paper, scissors for it?
What are
Miranda
rock, paper, scissors?
has a fair bit more magic than I do. If it's a card that's going to affect the person who draws it and cause some potential harm, they're more useful toward your all survival. And I don't know in terms of who may or may not have the means to resurrect me, but I don't have the means to resurrect somebody else if they draw instead.
Pick me.
I'll let it go.
Totally expendable.
I
She's
will
already
refrain
looking
then.
through Elwyn's stuff for the box.
Well, if this is a matter of usefulness, then I might as well draw it.
Yeah, because you're very useful.
Don't make me get the bow out, so.
Shield out there.
You do a fair bit of damage, Ellen, and with the fact that there's things coming out of Castle Ebonpeak that were following behind me and spreading out in the snowfields and mountains, you're useful for hitting things far away before they get close enough to attack. I can use my crossbow, but you've got a bit of range on me.
Alright then. Well, if you're sure about this, I'll wish you luck. I go ahead and pull out the deck of many things.
Yeah.
Since it's your own fate, I should draw it.
So, you're pulling out the deck of many things you said, or you're pulling out the deck box?
Oh, the deck box.
Okay.
I forgot.
No,
It's
that's
deck
the
box.
deck of many
I was going to
things.
say, it's like, I don't think you've separated that. So,
Forgot it's in a box with a bunch of other shit. So then I go ahead and take out the deck of many things.
Okay.
And offer it for him to
Who's gonna
draw.
Take a card. How many cards can I take?
it's one from one of the two sides. So, what we're going to have you do is roll a d20 and a D8 twice. And that will determine in terms of which decks that will be drawn for the two sides. Since it has not been opened since last time to know what might be there.
When
So at 23?
what's her face? Jesse pulled the last one.
Right. Now it could be an identify done to learn what a deck is, but not necessarily what card will be drawn.
At 23.
So one of them is 23.
What do you mean?
You were saying a 23. Were you rolling?
It's all together.
Right.
Or do you want me to
I,
give
th-
you
I
the
think he
actual
wants
roll?
two
I was
separate
asking-
numbers.
Yeah, two separate.
Okay.
It was a D20 and a D8, and then another D20 and a D8 for which
Okay,
is on
so
which
it's
side.
3 for the D20, and 11 for the D20, and 1, and then an 8 for the D8.
Okay. So there's a pair of a D20 with a D8, and then a different D20 with a D8.
Yeah.
So you said the first one was a 3?
For the on the 20,
It was a
And then
3 and I think a 1.
3 and a
A
1, so
1.
that's 4.
and then 11 and 8.
So that'd be 19.
Okay.
So you're ready to accidentally erase the existence of the universe?
Meh.
I mean, if it did that, that would technically solve our problem.
It was so
In a weird roundabout type of way.
Instant death, hey. Don't have to worry about
Well,
anything
yeah,
anymore.
but if it erases the universe, it means it erases that thing too. Whatever the hell.
What
is
death
going on
number
with
would
that
this be
one.
for Sil?
This would be number 4.
Number 4,000.
Is it number 4?
You don't even remember.
I've died so many times at this point, I've lost count.
Yeah, this would be number 4 if she dies.
That sucks.
It happens.
Is it?
Yes.
Point. Dobbs would agree if he could.
Alright.
He died of natural
and
causes, man.
Gravity.
Gravity.
Flip a coin on which side he's going to draw from.
Ah, the good old coin to flip.
Okay.
I always forget how many fucking different things are out of this thing. It's the deck of many things.
Drop the card that turns you into fucking restaurant.
A restaurant. A diner.
I've converted into Hooters.
Oh boy.
Four-armed Hooters. Oh no, wait, because you have 4 arms, you transform into 4 restaurants.
What?
Become a strip mall.
That's how
That does
confusing
not
these
make
cards are.
any sense.
Exactly so. So that's why it's the most likely outcome.
You think the way they just invented these cards was they just got some dude to just drink too much and just said, hey yo, just start saying shit. Just stuff that could happen to a character. No reason why, just stuff that could happen. Like,
It's like
they transformed into a Klondike
it's like
bar.
one of my Twitch streamer friends playing Tarkov last night. He was wearing a green screen suit, so all you see is his floating face, and he was pissed drunk. And he was giving away like a $10 million item, and he's trying to explain away why he's doing it, but it's just going over his head.
That's about right.
Jeez.
Let's find out. Is Syl about to transform to Hooters?
One moment. Just getting it to reload since earlier my browser had crash.
So I see what you guys did. You guys saw me here, so you took the chance to use the thing I have.
All right.
Basically.
All right, and L1.
Wait, how do you draw a card?
I know. I'm so rolled last time. Gonna have you roll.
Oh, I'm rolling. Oh.
First, roll a d4. This
D4.
will deal with which suit that it is drawing from.
Okay. 3.
Okay, and then we're gonna roll a d12.
D12. Oh, here it is. 2.
Been turned into a pickle.
He's Pickle Sill.
Pickle Sill.
No,
Alright.
no.
Ellen, turn over the pickle.
But
Pickle Sill.
I'm Pickle Sill.
I've never laughed at that before, but I'm laughing at it now.
Okay.
I've
shit.
never
Never
laughed at
played.
it.
Um,
Still not laugh. Let's just summon another Tarrasque.
I swear, if that's what's popped up, I'm going to sleep.
oh no, that's not what's popped up. Just.
Oh.
I don't like the way he said that.
Something else.
User has disconnected from your channel.
User is disconnected from life.
Brother.
Just like, yeah, I can't deal with this, guys. I'm gonna go and hop back on later. It's just like, just Discord disconnect sound, and he just disappears.
All right. That's interesting. I
Oh
need you to
no.
roll a d6.
Who?
Anybody? Let's go with Arundel this time. Roll
Let's
a
get
d6.
everybody in on Sill's death.
D6. D6. How many limbs are you losing?
All 4?
6.
No, all 4, just the arms.
Oh no, and the legs. Sill is now potato. Sill's literally being.
Sill's turned into vegetable. Return to vegetable.
Issue is, it's like we don't know what this is. A roll high could mean doom, or a roll low could mean doom.
From what I remember when I was looking into it, it's pretty random.
Yeah.
Highs and lows both have good and bad things.
Arundel, what is your result on the d6?
Oh. 2.
'Kay.
I thought you said somebody else.
As he draws the card and looks at it, there's a moment where he sees it's the 2 of swords. And as soon as he looks at it and squints a second, there's a puff of purple, pink smoke and silvery glitter in the air.
I think this is a good one.
He turns into a goat.
Definitely a good one.
Pickle, goat, basically the same thing.
He just stands there and the card is fluttering through the air and disappearing as he tries to lash out his mouth at it to bite at it and misses.
So, come on, you gotta RP. What does a goat say?
It's good. He's gonna be one of the screaming goats, I guarantee it.
I would be if it wasn't so late here, and I don't want the cops to get called on me bleeding so loudly.
Just tell him it's a kink.
No.
Okay. Indra, I think it's time for you to leave again.
Man. What was I doing again?
Frog next.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm right behind you, so.
He stomps his hooves down on the snow.
Was it Syl or Garnick that turned into the goat?
Garnick.
Oh, Garnick turned into the...
Yeah,
I thought this was Syl.
For Garnick.
That's so useful. That's fucking fantastic. One guy who's off to go get help turned into a fucking goat.
Well, he
Is
turned
that
into
a
breakfast,
permanent
so he's healthy enough.
transformation?
I feel like it might be.
You don't know.
If it's like polymorph, if we kill it, he'll turn back to normal.
If
Still
Yeah, but
kill
if
it.
it's
taking
not
her
polymorph, if it's not polymorph, kill it and then Garnick's fucking dead.
sword. I feel like I can. That's a chance.
Anybody would
I'm
like
willing
to
take.
do a Arcana check or
Sure, I'll do that.
detect
Anyone
magic, etc.?
intelligent like to do an Arcana?
Arcana check. Does an 18 get me anything?
It seems similar to polymorph. You think dispel magic or remove curse might fix it?
Hold up! Hold up! Did you just say dispel magic?
Yes.
Still has her
Can't
sword out.
actually see my screen. It's too bright and my eyes burn, but hold up.
She's getting ready to strike.
Share the dispel magic information because I just realized Lilith doesn't know that. Boy! Oh. No. Lost sound.
Huh?
No.
You're
Not really
fine.
saying anything.
Oh.
You're,
Okay, here we go.
you're just crazy.
I might be a little bit. I think I accidentally turned on my sound. I didn't even realize. There we go. And so, did Elwyn let us know what it is?
It is such and such.
All right. Lilith used dispel magic.
uh,
You, I guess 3rd level? Yeah, probably.
Well, that was not as useful as I'd hoped.
would you like to try again? We got many more cards.
Am I able to draw it right away? As I recall, you weren't able to do that last time. Something changed with it?
I don't believe so. I think it was just only because one card was drawn last time. And, Jesse all of a sudden could turn everything into gold.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh yeah, that's why we kept him out.
17.
The deck box has closed, and there is a circular light on it.
It's a loading bar.
It's
Wow.
7 days.
Oh, once a week.
Once a week, and each time that it is opened, it loads something different. So if you had identified on both of them, closed it on both, then it would have been able to load something else. But once a card is drawn, you have 7 days before you can draw another.
Is that per person or?
That's for the box set itself.
Ooh, okay, that's absolutely useless. Okay, nice.
I'm glad. I'm glad you got to experience yourself as a goat.
It probably would have helped with climbing that
I
mountain.
wish we had breakfast.
Jeez.
Nobody has anything to enhance that in any fashion, do they?
That's gonna be a no from me.
Is anybody able to create a rift to other planes? For example, say Deathhold.
Yep. So raises a hand.
Does anybody know of a plane that is faster than the Frostheart, instead of one that is slower, like Deathhold is?
Deathhold's faster.
No, I remember when you all went into it, it was close to 280 days or so that you were gone.
Well, yes. So, if they went there and came back, it'd be faster recharge for the thing.
Right, but anybody who's here would still have to pass the 7 days here, versus if there's a plane where it's faster. You see what I'm saying?
What about is Stormhold faster?
It's a little faster, but I don't know if it would be significantly enough to make much difference.
Since I spent time there, would I know? Would that be?
It's more or less akin to, I'd say, it was about 3 hours to an hour, approximately.
Well, I mean,
The clockwork.
well, I'll share that information with her, so it's technically an option.
What?
Stormhold.
Well,
Yeah.
that would require, if you are willing to wait here while somebody goes into the Stormhold and then is able to come back with it after a period of time. Anyone able to create a demi-plane or the like?
I can do that 2 more times.
Create demi-plane?
Gate.
Mm.
She can actually do it 3 more times, but she's saying she can do it 2 more times.
Soliloquy Elwyn. Either of you can do a intelligence check.
Nat 20.
Plus your modifier is.
That is a 25.
Okay. You do recall that with Starfall, Yolinda had made one, and it had a countdown on it before. She didn't know what it would do until she had used the spell in the first place. She had made it look akin to what Jesse had said the collapsing demiplane had looked like.
Hang on. If I remember, I got my fucking time wizard shitty. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can see something. Because if I remember, I think I can turn back the time on something with one of the abilities. Let me look at something. As long as it was an inanimate object, I believe. I have something called temporal repair. You reverse the effects of time on an object to return it to in its former state. You may expend 1 time shard to cast the mending cantrip. Is that something I can do?
The mending cantrip? It's not damaged per se.
Well, guess we gotta damage it.
Plus mending, as Tatash found out when trying to fix the partially cracked gem that was containing part of the dagger that Yolinda had, which eventually, when finding other pieces, became Starfall. Fixing a arcane item does not fix it to any sort of spell or anything, it wipes it. So you'd have to know how to create it in order to do that.
Well, it was worth a shot.
It's good to know, but unfortunately, if it specifically says mending versus just reversing the flow of time for an item or something like that, then that would be using that particular spell.
Yeah, I don't have anything else for that for first level.
So, as I said, you would remember in terms of Yolinda being able to do that, and Gate. 1 second here, let me check that. You could potentially work out the math of what 7 days would be. Bury it, go to Deathhold and come back.
Well, since I'm a chronomancer, I will know what time it is.
Right.
At all times.
That, or you could bring up Linda and ask her if she would be able to, since Garnick had asked as far as if anybody could create a demi-plane. As a chronomancer, I would say that you could potentially give her advantage on trying to design one that might be able to do that, since technically you can create a demi-plane. It does not specify what you can do with it, just that it only lasts for an hour. It can have any of the properties that any other demi-plane can have, which does include the differences in time. But there's the matter of knowing how much time that's going to be and getting stuff out of there in time. Otherwise, it will be ejected. And instead of the ether plane, it would be the void, which is less hospitable than that was.
Well, considering Mancy, I'd probably be the best one to be able to tell the time difference for all that. So we could try that with Yulinda.
Okay. Well, I can cast that spell once a week, so whatever demi-plane we create, I won't be able to do it again, so we're sort of limited on figuring out how to do it the most effective fashion. And whether somebody should open the deck box in there or out here and then put it back in to speed it up again, or whether or not there's the risk of losing it if we do that, depending on the timing.
Well, when it comes to timing, I got that part.
Well, what would you suggest in that case? We can at least try figuring out how to make it accessible again in 7 days, but I mean, I could make the hour pass as if it were, I don't know, 8 days and just grab it in the last day worth. Or we could try something else.
Well, we don't want to make it exactly 7 days, because that'd be...
Right, it would be gone.
I think if we make it for 8 days or 9 days, they'll give wiggle room, and we can grab it out in that last day.
Well, that sounds suitable enough for a single draw. You just create it, put it just inside the entrance, and then pull it back out again. after an hour. Still gonna
Yep.
feel like a bit of a wait, but safe enough. What about, say, 20 days passing or more? If we're able to control the flow, that is. If we don't have to be inside it aging and waiting around for nothing, just open it up and put it inside.
That way it's right on the edge and we can go in there and pull it out.
I mean, we wouldn't even necessarily need to pull it out, even as long as the entrance is open. We shut the door after we close it back up again. But, what would be the most useful amount of time? It takes a little time for it to reset itself, but we can easily, after drawing a card, set it inside. How many times can we squeeze it in?
How long can you keep it open for?
Well, it seemed like it had shut after I drew the card. How long does it take to figure out if a deck is worth drawing from? Or even can you figure that out? It's just a matter of...
so far from what every time it's... Yeah, so far from what it seems, it's quite random. Except for the goat. So far from what I've seen, it's been drawn from about 3-4 times, each of them being positive things. The last one Jessie did, in which she was able to turn, like a solid foot into pure gold.
I'm sure that Strahd's treasurer would love that. Or I suppose Giselle's, since she was of higher title before they were engaged.
The previous one before was when we met Kraz and the other one, and one drew a card and got I believe it was a Pegasus, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I could try seeing how quickly I can draw a card if anybody has a deck of regular cards, at least. Draw a card, set it inside, shut the door, let its effects happen, open the door up, draw out another card. As long as somebody else is there, if something bad happens to me, to be able to at least pull the deck box back out instead of letting it vanish. It's a powerful artifact, random as it is. What do you think? That one.
The more we pull from it, the more risk we'll have at getting a bad draw. And that bad draw could be various things from some research I've done on it.
That may be true, but there's also a higher chance of getting something beneficial out of multiple decks instead of the same deck. Because the number of decks is more than just one, there's also a high chance of useful cards. No matter what, there's two different decks. I don't know in terms of if even identifying one or the other would be of benefit if we don't know what the deck contains, and the fact that we can't identify a specific card. If we had the means to somehow see through it and pick between two or shut it, that would be useful, but I can't exactly see the future in that regard to help in that regard.
I, however, I have an ability that's called Future Sight, in which I can peer slightly into the future to the actions of whoever I cast it upon. So there could be that chance I might be able to see if it might be a good card or a bad card.
How many times can you cast it?
Currently, right now, twice.
Twice. Well,
I only have 2 time shards.
if we're able to see if one deck is beneficial from the first check, and I draw it, then we at least can draw from a deck a second time and see if it's going to be beneficial or not. And if it isn't, draw from the other one, and thus at least not draw one we know is going to be bad. It still means that there's a chance of a bad card in the other one, but slightly better.
It could prevent. Yep, it can at least give us a little more information to work with and hope for the best.
Yes. So at least 2 times safely, possibly a third. Not as safely, but could perhaps have Yolanda make the demi-plane so that, 30 days passes for an hour? I mean, it would be,
It would give a day. It would give a day of time in between each pull.
Yes. As long as we shut the door and then let it reset itself. All we need is one card that either gives us a significant edge with power, or a way to get allies or communicate to ones we already have. I don't have to keep drawing after that, but something at least.
It's at least some type of plan.
Well, I think you can let Yolanda be able to get from you how to best frame that demi-plane for that.
I think that'd be best.
All right. So, with that and everything getting set up, Yolanda is able to make the demi-plane. want you to roll a d6 twice.
Okay. Four and six.
Okay. And can roll a roll 2d20 just separately.
3 and 15. Alright, there are 2 different decks that are before him. There's one on the front side and the back side. I'm going to flip a coin on which he's going to reach toward. He starts reaching for the back side. I'll cast Future Sight.
Okay.
Do I... Oh. Doesn't exactly give me a roll counter here. You want me to just roll like a d20?
If you're using it, then you just would see what's going to happen.
Okay.
Since it's just giving you a...
What do I see?
So, you would see as he draws the card, the box would not immediately shut as per normal. There is a card whose back is covered in circles, rings, locking, interlocking, jewelry with rings on them, dangling from necklaces and on fingers on the back. And on the front, there's the wheel of fortune, gold and silver on a great spoke. Says nothing, but the deck box would remain open.
The deck box would remain open.
Mm-hmm. On the side that he drew from. The other side would shut. The light on the side that shut would not turn on, though.
Give him a nod to draw.
Okay. As he draws it, the card is as you saw it. Nothing else seems to be happening. Well, when you said to go ahead and draw it, I thought there'd be something of interest. I suppose I could pocket it, put it back, or rip it up. I'm not entirely certain. I've never heard of that happening before.
The box is still open, too.
Yes, which could mean I could draw from this side, but it's not lit up on the other side, which means that that side should reset if I shut this side. He keeps the card held in his hand as he shuts the one side. The lights still do not turn on.
Could be the possible time dilation in the portal. That's probably what's going on here.
Pulls the box out, leaving the door open. It still is not lit up.
Let me see the card.
Okay. He shows it. It's exactly as you saw it.
I'll go ahead and take the card.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's somehow broken or what that's supposed to indicate. Could try opening it again.
We can try. I say if it's not working right now, what's the harm in trying to open it again? Cards already drawn, doesn't seem to be working. Unless there's some effect to this card that hasn't been met yet.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. There are games where you have to do something for it, but this thing, as far as I'm aware, doesn't typically have that. Then again, there are games where if you draw a card out, such as blackjack, you can keep asking to hit again.
Maybe that's what we have to do.
Still able to keep an eye out?
I can use another. I can use another. After that, we'll have to. It'll be on luck then.
Okay. As you
want to use it for this time, or do you want to wait for another shot?
Well, I think this time, but let's see what we can do.
All right.
As he opens up both sides, I want you to roll a d20 and a d4.
6 and a 2.
Okay. As you focus, drawing forth the energy to be able to see what he's about to draw. On that side, having opened up just one of the two, the card in your hand pulses with energy, and you feel as if you have not yet used that ability yet.
As in future sight is what you're referring to?
You feel as if future sight recovered to its full uses.
Was the card I was holding disappear, or is it still there?
The card has disappeared. The spiral circles have not reappeared yet. And he opens up the other side. Go ahead and roll another d20 and a d4.
14 and 1.
Alright. So he starts reaching toward the back again. He ends up reaching for it and sorry, it scrolled past and I have to get back to the same spot. There is what appears to be a card, an ace of diamonds, a moon on it, with 3 stars that shimmer above the moon.
Ace
As
of diamonds.
they draw it, there's a blinking, staring at the card. Skarnik looks at it. Then a thin smile starting to spread. The ground trembles. Garnick lifts up off the ground. And Starfall, in Yolanda's grasp, is yanked away in a curving motion that slices through her, arriving to his hands.
What?
And he still holds the card in the hand. One of the 3 stars has vanished. Light starts to break out of his body in cracks. And
Should have killed it with fire.
the light, as it shoots out of his body, strikes into your friends. And they start screaming in horrible pain as it burns their flesh until one beam strikes you and the vision ends. Well,
I quickly grab his arm to stop him.
should I draw it or not?
No, not that one.
Tilts his head a little.
That one leads to what looks like death for all.
Maybe that's what he wants.
One moment here.
See, Arendelle, I still have my uses. I was like, slices you into.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
You're talking about me, right?
Yes.
19.
Okay. He's squinting at you. Like, there's something off about what you said. But he moves his hand over toward the other deck. Well, we don't know what this one will have, right?
I'll mention to him about when he went to go draw the other card, about, you know, the other card disappeared, and feels like I didn't even use Future Sight the first time around.
Interesting. So it was a redraw card, except it did a little more than that.
It looks to be I have another used for Future Sight.
Well, do we use it on this one, or do we end up saving it
I
for
think-
another?
I think we should use it on this one also. Better be sure until the point where we can't be sure anymore.
Very well. I can always shut both sides and have them reset. Starts reaching for the other. Go ahead and roll a d4 and then a d20.
3 for D4, and then 15 for D20. I like how Arendelle's just kind of sitting back, listening, watching this all transpire. Well, the few times a chronomancer is actually useful, huh? Who would have
Well,
known?
I'm sitting back here with a hold person and/or suggestion to help guide the not fatal decision.
They draw a star jester in the thing,
In the vision?
in the vision. Again, the deck box does not immediately shut. and you can see a shimmering around them that then settles into their body afterward.
Anything else?
That's all that you see from that vision.
You know, I'm gonna flip a coin in this decision, not gonna lie. Alright, Arendelle, heads or tails?
Tails.
Alright, it's heads. He's gonna draw it. Hey, let him draw it.
Okay. He draws it, looks at it again, focuses for a bit. Interesting. Seems a bit of power to this one, more than I detected before. But
Do you feel anything?
I feel it's definitely just waiting for me to make a decision.
What I saw in the vision was something went into you, but nothing happened. That was all I knew. Didn't seem to have any negative effects, but I don't know how you feel in that vision.
Well, it seems to be power I've heard of from different arcane artifacts before that amplifies one's capabilities. So it's just a matter of figuring out what to amplify.
Well, we have many abilities here that could be very useful in amplifying if it need be.
Well, it seems it'll only let me amplify myself. Otherwise, I would have just simply been able to amplify your foresight to give it back to you. And since you didn't mention feeling it return like you did with the first card, I have to assume that didn't work.
Nope, I don't feel anything.
So, if it's not going to work with that, it's only going to work on me because I drew it. I suppose intelligence could help with understanding some of what's going on with things over at Castle Ebonpeak. Give me more capabilities to study new magic. Unless you have a better suggestion.
Nope, you were the one who drew it. I was the one who told you to draw it. I believe the decision would be up to you and what you think be best.
True. Though you all have dealt with more unusual circumstances than I have. terms of if anything would be more beneficial towards survival that you've encountered. Is it intelligence or force of will or something else?
Personally, in my opinion, I find intelligence to be very important.
Well, there goes something. The shimmer and the sparkling goes into him again. The card itself has a few of the stars disappear. The gesture still remains on it. The other side of the deck box starts its countdown. The one that he had drawn from remains open.
Well, it seems you might be able to draw another card. But
we don't know what it will
be
be.
unpredictable.
Well, this deck was at least useful. It won't let me draw from the other side. The last time when we shut the boxes, it was able to allow you to regain your foresight, and it was a different deck when I opened it again. We know that this deck is missing one card, which I've drawn, which was a good card. We don't know how many are good or bad, but we know at least one less good is in it.
That's true. The chances of a worse card
Depends
increase.
entirely on how many bad cards there are versus how many good. Which unfortunately we don't know from not knowing the decks. Well, let's see if it does anything special if I just shut the box. He does so, reopens it. It's still the same deck. Well, I suppose it's only giving the option of drawing that one. We could put it in there for the 7 days, see if it'll change. At the very least, that will give me the other side to draw from. Otherwise, I can try drawing from this one. Powerful, but I much disliked being a goat. Well, here goes something. So he reaches to draw out the deck. The entire thing tumbles out.
The entire deck tumbles out?
The entire deck tumbles out into his hand. Okay.
Oh.
This is a new one on me.
Oh god. And I think he's going to explode like a nuke.
That doesn't seem very helpful.
Considering we're in the area of the nuke, I don't think so.
He slowly just looks around. Well, I'm not a goat, and I don't see anything happening.
Maybe it doesn't take effect if there's more than one card out?
Well, I had the one card out, but it didn't... The other one disappeared when you got your foresight back. If I put this card back in there, it's just going to be on top or bottom or wherever I put it. Could be it's meant to be shuffled. Of course, I have no idea what the cards do, so there's nothing aside from this one that's of any known benefit.
I think let it reshuffle.
He sets the Joker on the top. It just rests there. I don't think it's going to shuffle itself. Wonderful. Well, we know what the top one does. Could just simply keep putting it to the top, be able to reshuffle it so many times. I don't know if there's any consequences to that, but it's certainly an experiment for thought. If it amplified my intelligence, I could draw it again and amplify something else. Or someone else could draw and see if it works for them. Then again, whoever created this thing most likely made some form of trap for cheating. Well, here goes something. Alright, he is going to shuffle it and put it back in the box. And as he opens the box again, the deck still is on that side. Ellen, go ahead and roll a d4 and then a d20.
2 and 12.
As he draws the card. There is a Queen of Hearts. The Queen appears to be talking before a judge, gesturing at somebody at a table in a courtroom. As this barrister appears on the card. I want you to roll a d6.
D6, oh boy. 5.
Okay. As he draws it, looking at it, it shimmers for a moment before the card blows away as glittering dust on the wind. And as it swirls around, there is standing there a figure 20 feet tall.
It's at 20?
20 feet tall, who has an amused look on their face as they rub their chin lightly. There is a golden circlet around their head, long flowing locks that seem to twist on their own. Pair of wings that keep changing shape from insect to raven to bat coming from their back.
Oh no.
There is this look on their face, this twinkle in their eyes. So, we have ourselves an interesting case here. Let's see. I can offer you much. Little one. Or, now little, I should say. But of course, such things always come at a cost, even amongst our courts. Think it over. Once you're able to figure out what it is you're willing to give up, I'll give you my services. For now. And with it, the archway vanishes.
This is looking familiar right now. I'm starting to have flashbacks of Dantalion.
Well, that's interesting and useful for later, at least. Archfey is not quite a deity, but they're still powerful.
Well, it reminds me of Dantalion with his tricky contracts. Or
Except Archfey aren't bound by contracts. They are bound by vows, but they're less likely to not intentionally try to cause you suffering with their loopholes. They're more likely to just do something that amuses them. It can be as little as you're prissy and stuck up and they make you constantly fall in the mud because the joke doesn't wear thin enough for them. Or it could be that your entire homeland burns in ashes because seeing you reduced can be amusing when they make it all part of one grand punchline. They're less likely to do that last one, though, but it doesn't mean it's not possible if they're cruel.
basically get on his good side. Got it.
Well, the thing is figuring out what's willing to sacrifice for its services, since it's speaking to me cryptically.
Well, whatever it may be careful your wording. Herndale just vibing back there, just sees no deity appears, just nothing. Just a typical Sunday.
Well, I've drawn 2 cards that let me draw again. Interesting on that. I suppose many decks have that as a possibility, though it is curious. Well, he looks at the box, and its countdown is working again. Puts it inside the demi-plane, shuts the door, a few minutes later opens it and takes it out. The countdowns have completed it once more. No idea what either will have.
Well, so far you seem to be having some decent luck.
Well, you did stop me from destroying us all, from what you said, so...
Yeah, that one wouldn't have been a pretty one, so...
Well, here goes something. And... just gonna draw from the front
Good
row.
old coin flip.
Arendelle, go ahead and roll a d20.
God damn it.
we'll get you participating in on this.
5.
And then roll another d20.
12.
Do you believe in your rolls, Arundel? Believe in the roll of the dice. And now I said that the universe is about to blow up, isn't it?
Well, you're the one who's fucking with the deck of many things for fucking last 3 hours.
Hey, I gotta do something in this campaign.
Alright. He stares at a deck that on the back has an assortment of skeletons and blades run through them. Blood pouring
Ew.
out of their eyes on the back of the card. On the front of the card, as he looks at it, there is a skeleton dangling from a noose tied to a tree. He looks at it, arching a brow. The card vanishes.
You good?
Well, whatever it was, it didn't seem to directly do anything to me. I don't see anything as he glances around. Anything around that seems to have been affected. Could be it's one that affects somewhere, someplace in the many different planes. Could be I've got 100 assassins after me, but they're somewhere else. I have no idea.
Well then, something tells me it's not a immediate effect.
Alright. Now, let's see here. Puts the deck box back in through the door, shuts it, opens it again, pulls it out once more. So far we've had a couple of interesting things, but nothing that's...
Just remember, the more cards you pull, the worse it gets.
Are you saying that as one of your characters?
Yes.
Well, seeing as how we keep getting different decks, we don't know if that's going to be the same or not. The odds increase exponentially depending on how many decks there are and how many are good or bad or neutral. Well, here goes something. Grabbing from the back this time. And go ahead and roll a d20, Arundel.
15.
As he draws a card, the back of the card appears to have a bunch of odd assortment of iconography.
Cannot what of he?
An odd assortment of iconography, different symbols and such.
Oh, okay.
There appears to be noodles of assorted types. There appears to be an apple. There appears to be a bucket, people, wheels of cheese. He looks at that and first it appears to be mostly food-related things, so hopefully safer than whatever the other one is. As he flips it to the other side, it appears to be a little devil made out of macaroni noodles. In his hand appears, instead of the card, a bowl of hot macaroni and cheese. Hot enough that it burns his hands and he drops it into the snow. The snow, which is feet thick, continues to melt as the bowl descends down in it, deeper and deeper and deeper. It is the equivalent of burning hot oil that is burrowing down. Okay. If it's that hot, I'm glad I didn't try to eat it first. He rolled just high enough not to have it, so that he tried to eat it anyways. He takes 8 fire damage just from holding the container. Shuts it, sticks it back into the demiplane, pulls it back out. This box has not been as useful as I'd hoped, despite a few things of potential. Zondell, roll a d20.
17.
Roll another d20.
6.
As he reaches out, he sees a deck that appears to have a tiny little person that is sitting inside what appears to be a dollhouse on the back of the deck. He hesitates for just a moment. Go ahead and roll another d20.
16.
He pauses, looks at the other deck that's available, and there is what appears to be a giant reaching over toward a small little figure in the foreground with their massive hand. Well, that's a interesting split. Tiny things or big things?
Let's go with tiny.
Alright. He
Small problems are easier to handle with.
draws the card out. There is what appears to be a small little cup on the card. He squints at it and holds it up to show. And in his hand appears a thimble-sized cup. He gives it a sniff. There's a drop of wine in this. I don't see any point in drinking this unless it's magical, and it could easily be poison.
Well, do we have a way to check or identify it?
We could identify it, but that'll take 10 minutes. Unless somebody's willing to burn through some of their spells a bit quicker.
Well, we could just put it off to the side and get to it later.
True, the box is at least shut again. Alright. Roll another 2 d20s as separate.
Can?
Yep. He puts the deck box back in.
17 and 1.
Aaron Dell's like, why do we keep drawing?
I am. It's fucking 1 a.m., guys.
Yeah.
It's actually 2 a.m. for me, but...
Alright. So.
I feel like Micah just wants to give me a little something to do since it's been a while.
Alright. What was it? You said it was 17?
17 and 1.
Alright. He reaches in, draws out another card. There's a shimmer that goes around him. And after he concentrates and uses another benefit to an ability score, he watches as it shuts and the countdown is happening, and he just hands the deck box back to Elwyn after first putting it into the demiplane and then pulling it back out. At least it's reset once again in case we use it, but that didn't seem to be as helpful as when you had your foresight. At least
Well,
nobody was massively hurt from one time that you stopped me from something disastrous, but I was really hoping for the possibility of an army or a wish or something powerful, some artifact. Seems I have a thimble of something that we have to identify.
Well, I guess we might as well check that out. If it's just wine, it's just wine. You get at least you get a little drink out of all that.
I suppose. Does not look like enough to get me drunk unless it's very potent, though. So, after talking a bit, is able to be done as a ritual, since there's no time limit on trying to get it before the demiplane dissolves. And after identifying it, it is revealed to indeed be non-magical, just a thimble of regular wine, enough to get a pixie drunk. He downs it anyways. It's good wine, but insufficient amount to make up for everything. Go ahead and make a perception check.
$18.
Arundel, you can make one for either of your characters.
She has a 28. And is this visual?
It is anything, visual or otherwise.
Well, it's a 34 visual, 29 everything else.
Okay. You're able to notice what Garnick did not notice as he was having it identified. Yolanda went into the demiplane and came back out after a little bit of waiting.
Oh, maybe she went in there to reset her spell for the demiplane thing? I don't know.
She came back out and said nothing of what she did, but she can see that you noticed it.
I just give a little shrug.
that